Okay, can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me? Okay, let's see. I don't know what that point four is. That's weird. Okay, that's a big size. That's a raise. Pretty short. Okay, I don't know what you guys had there. I would not have led the turn. Okay. What that sound is so strange. Um, can't believe Miracle folded there. Yeah, that's a weird fold. I don't think I'd lead the turn personally. It's okay though, actually, just because I don't think he's gonna like bluff this turn. Yeah, I mean he's probably gonna check it back. That seems okay. Apparently he's gonna fold King Queen though, so he got you pretty big time. Uh, yeah, leading seems actually thinking about it, it seems okay. It's just he folded King Queen, unfortunately for you. That means that it's bad exploitatively, but perhaps in practice it's good. Maybe you just found a guy who has King Queen and folds it. Um, okay, I don't know how you folded it, but there it is. Okay, let's talk about another hand. Okay, here's another hand. We're gonna count down. One second. Let me see this again. Let's look it over. All right, we have a pretty large raise, bunch of calls. Yeah, you might want to raise it even bigger because people will call on at small stakes. You're not gonna want to see with this board too much. Weird spot with a lot of hands. You can see it like low pocket pairs or medium pocket pairs, I should say. Okay, it's just like here, you don't want to put in too much money without a heart. Okay, that's half pot. Could have a lot of things. Could have a queen. Could have some combo draws, I guess. Wow, okay. Someone probably has a flush. That's now screwed. There's a good chance of someone having a queen, which is not in a hot shape. So there's a pretty good chance someone has a jack, which this guy is saying, who just moved in, says he's got a jack. He's saying he's got the jack or like aces or something like that. That's what it looks like. So I'd be very, very afraid if I had a queen right now. I'd probably not call. Yeah, well. Okay, now the hand makes sense. And the guy at the cards was counterfeit. Um, I don't know about checking there. With two fours, I'm not really in love with the check. With two fours, just because a flush draw is always going to call, and look, the guy at aces. So is that it's probably okay just because hands like King Queen do draw dead and do hit the queens. This guy's bet with King Queen on the turn blows. It's just yeah, it's he's not really putting much money in ahead at all, fortunately. And yeah, everyone else played their hand not so bad. I think probably betting fours practice might be good, at least really small. That's an option. I don't like betting big. And everyone else's hand is surprisingly reasonable. The guy with King Queen actually should have folded pre-flop if everyone has reasonable ranges. This is the funny thing. Is that if everyone does not have reasonable ranges, he shouldn't fold. And I would tend to assume that because well, everyone's calling and it's low stakes. So I would assume everyone has a bunch of crap. So I would have done the same thing. I just wouldn't have bet the turn. That was yeah, a bit of a blunder, and the rest is whatever. So let's go on. Let's play another. Let's see another hand. Okay. Oh, it's a competitive 1 cent, 2 cent play or whatever it is. It's in micros. It's 20 cent, 10 cent, 20 cent. Excuse me. We got a couple calls versus the ISO raise in the blinds. Or the big raise in the blinds, I should say. Okay. These guys. This guy, Dix, whatever his name is, could have a lot of things. The winning hands guy, I guess, could have a six sometimes. Could have a bunch of shit. Could have some random four. Could have 8-7. Could have whatever. The pot is very fishy. Okay, if I was the guy with the aces, I would never fold in my life. I can tell you that. This guy winning hands was made a bold play for sure. He should have just folded pre-flop. Limp call. There's probably not enough in there to limp call. Uh, even after he limps, just because there's no like antes or anything, right? It's pretty spicy. And then it has played. The bluff's not that insane. Mm. Oh, the only thing is he reps no hand at all. And that's a bit of a problem. Um, but if like there was a combo to bluff, this one seems pretty good. So okay, this guy made a tight fold with 10-8 suited. Shit, people are playing like really trying these stakes. It looks like. Okay, yeah, Dick's. I don't mind Dick's play actually. I think that the other guy doesn't have a whole lot a lot of the time, and trapping seems pretty good with aces. It's like, what does he have? Like, I don't know what he has. He's got like that and apparently played it perfectly, so he trapped what's his face. I don't know if this is the real Steve O'Dwyer. It looks like Steve O'Dwyer. We're gonna find out. Limp called heads up. Right? Uh, that's a small bet on the turn. The flop bet's pretty reasonable. The turn bet's pretty small. Okay, so I don't know what this guy has. He might have like Queen Jack and just gave up on the river. Steve Dwyer could have a lot of things. Steve is saying that he's got two pair or made a straight somehow with Queen eight suited or something. But oh, look at this. Okay, so this is an interesting hand. To be fair, I don't. What does Steve have that he limp calls? I guess like ace five or ace nine, or for some reason did this ace tattered ace jack. Oh, yeah, it's a funny hand because it's hard to really put Steve on much. He could have like 10-5 suited, I guess. That makes sense to me. He could have 9-5 suited or Jack 5 suited. So, but that's only a handful of combos. That's like eight combos is a thing. He can have quite, if he has those, he's got quite a few flush draws. That being said, because he did turn up with King 6 suited, he could probably have Ace 9. Those hands are not that far off from each other in terms of strength. Ace 9's a bit stronger. So his range could be a bit wider than you might think. 10-9 offsuit's a really likely combo, actually, or Jack 9 offsuit. So actually, Steve could have probably enough value bets to warrant this overbet jam and be balanced. But guess what? Our buddy, our hero here, has got a nine, so that actually takes away a lot from his value combos, and he doesn't block any flush draws. So maybe this is a good call. Um, and uh, I think the turn play is very ambitious. I'm not a huge fan of the turn bet for half pot. It looks very suspect. I have to critique, but the it's too thin, I can tell you that. And the river is like maybe good in a vacuum. It blocked like almost like a third of his combos of of like things it can shove with. So there's that. Okay, sure. Good call. It might be a correct call actually. Like it's an overbet jam. It wouldn't surprise me. Okay, next down. So we got a bomb pot. All right, these are probably going to be interesting. Okay. One third pot could mean a lot of things. Could be a big hand, could not be. Could be six, could be four, could be a gut shot. Could be 7-5. I don't think it should be all those things, but I think not all gut shots, only a few gut shots should bet, and it's really easy to have a gut shot here. One pair. I mean, these other guys can have all kinds of things. They mostly have shit though. Because what else are they gonna have? They have all the combos, right? So there's that. This guy can still have a lot of hands. If he's too aggressive, he's bluffing way. He can be bluffing way too much for sure, very easily. This low Villardo guy could potentially have a weak two pair at best. This is a strange raise by D3ano. I would usually think I think, oh, I think that either he made two pair with 10x or he has a flush draw. He turned like a combo draw. Are we gonna see the hands? What the Oh man. Oh man. Yeah, I don't know about that play, man. I don't know about a few things about this hand. So first of all, if I had 6-4 here, I would not fold. I would just sling it in. Good luck with that. And yeah, this D3 guy, well, apparently is a brilliant play, to be fair. Um, but you would have to know that this Feng Hu guy is gonna fold like quite a few hands. And when he bets into two people, he's basically saying he should be saying he's got a pretty big hand, like an overpair at least. And that I mean you should bluff that probably. A two pair, probably not gonna bluff. And it is a bit suspect because it's really weird to not raise the flop. He's saying basically is 10-2, 10-4, 10-6, or three tens, I guess. But here's the thing: there's also like loads of like club draws that he could have picked up. Could have apparently picked up Jack 8 of clubs. That was the thing. Yeah, this play is very aggressive. Everyone else is kind of reasonable. This low V Lordo guy could have raised the flop. I mean, he has a pretty good combo for that. If we're talking about GTO combos, this is up there for sure. Um, doesn't get a whole lot better than this as a bluff. And yeah, just I don't think we can fold this big of a hand really, especially when there's the possibility of someone making a play with stone air, which I don't recommend in bomb pots because it's really easy to have stone air. All right, next hand. It's okay if people always fold though. It's good if people always fold. So apparently it's brilliant play. All right, we got a limped pot, half pot. Could be a lot of things. Could be a lot of things by both guys. Got a cold call. Okay, that's interesting. It's probably a draw or like a weak top pair is my guess. Probably not two pair because 10 it would have to be 10-5, 10-6, 5-6 suited. Now it could be 4-3 suited. That's fairly possible. Or like some kind of combo draw now. This Mew guy likely has a bundle of crap after he check raises in the spot and just gives up. He check calls. Okay. Whenever this happens, ranges are a little bit more polar than what people think, or excuse me, a little bit weaker than what people think. I would think that this Mew guy has like a pair and flush draw. I was not expecting that at all. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. The Mew guy, I think, actually should have done that, to be fair, because the other player could have value bet all the two pairs, or except for 6-5, assuming they were good. So the Mew guy did have a pair plus flush draw. It's been reasonable. Everyone played their hand pretty reasonably, except the limp pre-flop. That's the main thing I disagree with. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that for the most part. It's not so insane when you really think about it. And yeah, a bit of a cooler on the end. He only really loses to 4-3 suited. That being said, it's probably better to count just in case. No, he loses to sets too, excuse me. So he loses to 3 plus 6 plus 4 combos. That's 10 combos. Give me 1 second. Okay, so I got some energy now, and all right, yeah. So actually, it's not good to raise, as it turns out, because he's got 10 combos of value. I didn't count the 10 combos of value that we beat, um, and not so many that we don't beat. As a matter of fact, so I didn't have to count the other ones, but I'll count anyway. If he did limp 10-5 suited, 10-6 suited, that would be 3+2 combos, so it's not even close. It's a clear just check call. Very subtle. He has some bluffs too. He could have ace 10 actually. If he has ace 10, it's still not a raise. And I'll tell you why in a second. It's because he has some number less than, well, first of all, you have an ace, so it's 3 times 3, that's 9. So now we have 9 plus, what is it? 9 plus 3 plus 2 is 14. That's not good enough to raise, really, because then he can fold sometimes, so he's about 50-50 to have you beat. If he has overpairs, now you can raise, but chances are he probably does not have that. Um, I don't buy that he has king 10 too. So that would be my rough analysis. More than likely, you got a check call. And yeah, yeah, it's just too many. You have to take too many assumptions to raise. Um, and I was wrong about his pre-flop strategy. It looks like he does have pocket pairs, so there's that. Okay, so let's go to another hand. Okay, I didn't know they wanted me to do 20 hands, but totally can. Okay, so a raise and a wait, let me just I missed something. Wait, so is it a raise and a cold call? It looks like it is. And there's loads of antes. It's a really weird structure with loads of antes, and it's like should be lots of limps pre-flop. This guy probably should not have opened. That's likely a mistake. He probably should have limped because he has to limp a huge percentage of hands in this structure. And okay, we got two calls. The cold call guy actually probably has a really strong hand. His range is probably the strongest. Okay, so could have like king queen. I guess king 10 suited, king 7 suited maybe. This check caller can have a 10. The other guy probably no. I don't think he has a 10 very much. This looks like a bluff if I have to guess. I'll pause it here. This rock guy is probably really capped actually. My guess is this guy leading as a bluff because I don't buy that he check calls all the tens. I think he's mostly gonna fold a lot of them. I think he can have like ace queen or whatever and would do this, or ace jack. And that's quite a few combos. And not to mention, he raised pre-flop, which indicates to me that perhaps he's a bit too aggressive. So he may have that tendency. I don't know that 100%. So I'm gonna guess that this guy's bluffing. One second, I'm gonna check something. The other guy might not have it also. Okay, so now if the guy jams, he's much more limited to other kinds of hands. He would have to have something like Jack Knight suited that he plays this way. Otherwise, he probably has it. So it looks like I might have been wrong. There are not so many hands I can have. Okay, so he did have Ace Jack and decided to jam it, which sorry, I hate that. um, this guy's cold. Okay, there's a few. This guy with the sevens played his hand fine. This ace nine play, I'm not a huge fan of that. I guess it's okay on the flop, but pre-flop he's gotta fold. And this ace jack guy, he should totally call flop. Mid turn, I guess, is okay. I just think in actuality is pretty bullshit. And the lead river is just no. The river play, yeah, something else had to happen there, and it wasn't that. It was not that. It had to be a check. So yeah, some suspect plays by a few different players. Seven's hands plays itself, and yeah, that's pretty much it for that one. I guess if somehow you guys have questions, you can ask me. The big thing in that structure is you need to limp a lot. Actually, you need to pure limp, I think, in early position. All right, we got a limp and an ISO. And a cold call usually is a really tight. It's a bit funny. And ranges should be kind of tight. Probably people have some flush draws. They might have some pairs. No one's got like tens, like ever. This one dude could have a nine, but it's unlikely. He could have nine eight suited, I guess. He could have pocket eights, I guess. The original razor, okay. I don't know what's going on here. This is really weird. A lead. That's very strange. That's very strange. I don't know what that means. Maybe it's just a VIP that had 6-7 and played it this way, or caught 3 5s versus running a strange bluff. I don't know. I wouldn't want to fold too much if I had something. And then the cold caller can have a lot of things. I would guess the cold caller, the guy in position, can have a draw. That's probably his most likely hand. He might have an eight sometimes. He might have a nine sometimes, but overwhelmingly, he should have like Jack 10 or some flush draw, is my guess. Most of these guys almost always bet the tens on the flop. He could have a slow play. Looks like he did have something. Okay, he had a slow play and got all the money. Is the other guy's hand get turned up? Okay, so the other guy should have checked the turn or bet very small. His play was one of those two things. Okay, he overplayed his hand a little bit. Um, I mean, he probably did have the best hand on the turn, to be fair. Just he's not going to get that much action from anything other than the few draws that people do play back with. And he does value cut himself against hands like this, where everyone's being overly trappy. Okay, and this ace three hand, I don't like his lead, but he was going to go broke anyway. He shuts down a lot of bluffs, and I don't really know what he's trying to do. He would have paid me off, got paid off by me, but I would have value bet a lot of things anyway if I was value betting and bluffed, perhaps, if I was playing this hand. And then this nines guy, yeah, sure. You can play it like this. Why not? It seems pretty reasonable. I think the nines guy, it's usually pretty easy to play the nuts, to be fair. The nines guys hand was yeah, fairly straightforward. The board crippled, checked it. Okay, like sure. He got a bit more value than he normally would by betting the flop. Which I think it's fine when you're this shallow to check. If you're a bit deeper, you probably do want to bet though. If it's my guess, just because it's really hard for a lot of money to get in if you do check in a way that is congruent to how you normally play with two nines, or most people normally play two nines, unless you really have like a well-developed like way that you play when you check back and then you like raise turns or something like that, which almost no one does. Um, Matter of fact, that's something a common leak of sorts in many experienced players. They're trying to move up as they do not really have solid game plans in these more obtuse lines. All right, next hand. All right, so we got a raise, a cold call, and another cold call. And I think there's some kind of antes going on. The ace a7. These are dicey boards. These are some dicey boards. It's hard to okay. So there's a few things going on here. I would say it's really likely someone has it, and on these boards, people slow play a bit more. I do think that the original raiser, or one of the cold callers, or the first cold caller, kind of have like bigger pocket pairs and things like that. Take these lines. I do think when this guy leads, he's very value heavy for the most part. It's unorthodox to see that many bluffs in these spots, and I also think that it's tough to bluff because I think the people do trap quite a bit and have pretty strong ranges. So he should have some bluffs, handful of bluffs like King X of spades or whatever it is, um, or something that blocks that, like something with the King of spades in there. Oh, I guess he can't even have that, to be fair. I guess he could have some anti-blockers or like 6-5 suited. 6-5 suited works. And I don't like his size. I think he should have bet smaller for a lot of reasons. I think people are very polar in the spot. Okay, there's a check raise. That's very spicy. Uh, I don't really like it, to be honest. The reason for that is when this guy bets really large, he's basically saying he's not going to check the river. Um, that I would say a pretty good percentage of the time. So you do shut down a lot of bluffs by doing this. It's kind of whatever though, to be honest, just because if you do somehow have a bluff, this this works. But even with your bluffs, you could do something crazy like check call, check raise. So that's probably superior line in this case than this, just because you're gonna get it in the raise pretty often on the river anyway, and it's gonna look even more credible. Um, and that doesn't shut down bluffs. So someone's got an ace, I would say, really often. I would not love to bluff here, just because I think the ranges are actually really strong. It's one of these things where you'd want to have like the precise combos and really not overdo it, where you're gonna run into the nuts really often. But I think having a handful of bluffs like this is kind of good. A small bet, okay, but yeah, sure. I guess like the guy could have had nines that got curious or whatever it was. And I think a hand like 6-5 suited would have been great to bluff like this, actually. If you were gonna pick a hand, you want something like that. Okay, so they did have something, and okay, so they both had something. Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. So it looked like I point totally stood here. So far at least, I mean, being results oriented, but it stood from what I can tell. And yeah, so he could have just check call, check raise. It would have been a very similar result. He would have lost more probably. And yeah, I kind of do like the check with sevens, matter of fact, given how it's played. He could have bet small, that's a thing. Check and like trap and raise is also a thing. The thing I'm wondering is it just really likely someone has an ace or nothing? Or has some hand that they're just not gonna put any money in? Yeah, I see it. I see it. Okay. That's kind of good. I kind of like it. Yeah, the biggest thing is like how are we gonna pair the bluffs like that? What you would do is you take some of your lower suited opens and you just shut down with them. This actually does seem to make sense. I kind of do like this, and especially with 6-5 suited, which would be an open, I believe. Uh, the 5-4 suited would not be. You would check raise at some point. You could check call, check raise. That would be very spicy. You can check raise versus smaller size and be bluffing a bit more. Most people don't like this guy would not have had sixes, so you unblock all the things he can bet fold. And you could also do it with like a king X suited type hand. That would also make a lot of sense too. Those would be pretty premium bluffs. You would have to have something in there that does not include. You can have king queen offsuit, so I guess you can have. Yeah, that's a thing too. You can do this with the king of spades, queen offsuit type thing. I see that because that doesn't block a lot of the value that we're trying to get to fold. We're not trying to get to ace X to fold. That being said, one possibility would be to, like, it's a smaller bet to check raise and do some massive jam, and now put ace X to the test. That would be very, very spicy. Let's move on for you really spicy folks. Yeah, that seems like a thing. It's very hard to have a full house there. King is not a great river. Well, the king I would have thought was a great river. Most people three bet ace king, but apparently not. Okay, we get this is one of these weird structures. You're supposed to be limping a lot. You're not supposed to be doing this. It would be an exploit if you're doing this. This raise first in thing. And the blinds actually should be quite loose given this guy's not very big raise. It's not big enough. Yeah, this a lot of things can be the case here, but this guy should not be c-betting that wide versus two players. Usually people c-bet too, in my experience. And against the check raise, he can actually have. It's not that crazy to assume he has 10-4 suited, 10-3 suited. It's hard to have that, or 4-3 suited. Those things are all possible. Sets are possible. Now flushes are possible. Okay, so here he should have limited bluffs. Um, 1 second, let me check something. He should have limited bluffs, and uh, that's a bit of a funny spot. He should have some backdoor flush draw type bluffs, or like 6-5 would be pretty 6-5 off. Somehow he had that six of clubs. That's like the bluff, or like ace of clubs would be perfect if he had like ace five. That would be ideal. 6-5 of spades. That looks too aggressive. That looks too aggressive. There's a lot of too spicy here. I personally, okay, if we're talking GTO, the 6-5 offsuit is not a raise 100%, and the turn is also too aggressive with the 6-5. So we're looking at a guy that is playing a bit aggressive, but it's not so bad, I don't think. It's like it's not so bad in a vacuum, but it turned out to be very bad because this guy didn't fold anything that had a piece in it. Um, okay, so uh, okay, so this other guy's play, exploitatively speaking, the 6-5 is no good, unfortunately. In a vacuum, it probably performs okay because people probably do fold quite a bit overall. And then this ace three guy's play is well, the open I do not like at all, to be honest. I think that's a big mistake. That if you're making lots of opens like that, you're getting punished real fast. I think that flop is okay, turn is okay, river is apparently great on the great side. uh, against as an exploit, I should say. At GTO, I think the river is I don't know, like it's kind of whatever to be honest. Uh, yeah, river's kind of spicy. The ace of clubs is not really a great card for you to have in this spot because that's what you block his bluffs. You don't block his value that much. If he has ace five of clubs, there's a really good chance he checks the turn. Ace four of clubs, he'll check the turn. If he's ace two of clubs, he might check the turn too. I guess he blocks some value, but you block a lot of his bluffs is the thing. He really wants the ace of clubs when he bluffs. So you actually much prefer a low club somehow, but you almost can't have it, is the weird thing. You prefer to have like 8-8 with the eight of clubs or something like that. If somehow you like called the turn, like that would now be a pretty good card to call with. Or if you had like king queen of the king clubs, now you just like don't fold. But the ace of clubs, I don't know. I think it's like whatever, GTO. Let's move on. I'm being a little bit slow. Trying to put more effort into this analysis though, because my whatever results aren't so good. Okay, so we have the normal structure, or excuse me, I was lazy in some previous content that I made, or just didn't give enough of the analysis. Okay, so we have a normal structure. We have a small free bet by this guy. That three bet is very small, so I suspect there won't be too much folding going on. There's a cold call, in fact. Okay, this cold call is one of a few things, pretty much always. They're a bit deep, so it can be a bit wider. In fact, this cold calling is really a thing in GTO, I learned. So it can be like Jack 10 suited actually, and like King Queen suited at GTO. a lot of pocket pairs, ace queen, like that kind of thing could be it. So he should smash this board unless he has two eights. Okay, so we get a half pot C bet. That's way too big for sure. And this guy should have something good. Or have like premium blockers bluffing to like five fucking people on queen, queen, nine. So there is that. I mean, it's probably whatever in practice, especially at lower stakes. Notice, guys, by the way, I talk between what's in practice, in the reality of like what worked out exploitatively, and also looking at multiple different perspectives, and also the GTO. So we got a check raise. Interesting. So now I'm saying, thinking this guy has min like king queen, min jack 10 suited, king queen, ace queen, something like that. Yeah, you better be nutted if you're continuing here. I don't know what's going on here, but I'm out with any overpair for sure. Fuck that. And oh man, this is getting real dicey. You need like min ace queen to continue. Put too much. Well, it's too late now, but there's got to be someone's got to have some kind of flush, and then someone's got ace queen, and this queen queen guy might have two nines. Okay, yeah. So, okay, so that was a spice ball. This check raise was really strong in the spot. I think this ace king of spades guy should I wonder if he should check. Maybe I'm being results oriented though. Does this dude have jack eight offsuit? That's real loose. Um, I kind of do like check with ace king, thinking about how it plays out later. He's kind of screwed over though. I mean, once it's the flush and checks, he's gonna get screwed. And it's just a massive cooler all around. Biggest thing was his queen's hand needed to raise bigger pre-flop. Um, but otherwise, it's really just cooler. Let's move on. Oops, keep doing that. All right. All right, we got a raise by our boy Fenho that folded 6-4 offsuit. Guys in bomb pots, shallow, we're not folding two pairs. Um, Save you guys some money at that one. Okay, so Fenho can have a lot of things. This other guy can have a lot of things. The board just got real dicey real fast. Now Fenho should be pretty controlling with a lot of his top pairs. And the other guy can have some straights, like 8-6 suited, 6-5 3 suited, some flushes for sure for shizzle. And yeah, things just got real dicey. And there's a really good chance that Fenho has the one card flush specifically. I don't know if I like this mini lead by this guy. I don't think it's really the spot. I don't think this card's that good for him, actually. He can have full houses. He can have one card club draws. That's a thing for sure. I don't think it's really overall that good. Fenhall should like not really be putting in too much money without non-clubs in his range. And yes, he can have sets too. So his range is probably overall stronger. This other dude can have lots of things. He probably has more like weak as shit hands in his range. I don't understand this min raise. Okay. Yeah, that's just a cooler. Okay, so that actually worked out really well for the guy that led. To be fair, exploitatively speaking, this is a great combo to lead because you're just totally going to get raised by ace of clubs. However, it just would not have mattered at all. This Fengho guy would have raised and it was just jammed. You just win all the money. It's pure cooler at the end. I might check raise the 8-6 suited. As played, it's fine. Um, yeah, it's kind of okay. Mini leadings, like, I don't know, I don't think it's a big deal, even though GTO is not going to like it, just because as an exploit, I think, well, I think I'd rather jam if I'm going to do something like this. rather than bet really small because Fengho could have checked back the king of clubs, but probably doesn't. Or check back some kind of like club, like queen queen to the queen of clubs. It may not fold it to a jam, and he's not really have too much in the middle. It doesn't have like ace eight offsuit with like the ace eight of clubs or something like that. If you think about it, it doesn't have eights with the eight of clubs. You bet the turn. So you want to think a bit more deeply about your range and how they're responding when you're making these plays. Don't want to just be tricky just for the sake of being tricky. So GTO does not approve of the mini lead in practice. It's whatever, and exploitatively it did make a difference. Okay, we got a limp. The blinds are somewhat high, so it's not that crazy to limp. Exploitatively is another word for in practice. Excuse me, exploitatively is not in practice. Exploitative is just given the situation based off of like the hands I see at showdown. Practically speaking, is what works in practice, not what works in GTO. GTO land is reserved especially for when you play very tough games, but in practice, it's reserved for what you generally face in reality. But GTO is also normal, important in some situations of practice. Okay, so this dude ISO'd. He should have something very strong here for the most part. He should have some bluffs like 10-9 of spades. Or 10-8 of spades, excuse me, which just got there. And now, he should be like, he should probably mostly check his range because shouldn't have that many 10x actually. The other guy shouldn't have quite some 10x. I would say some 10x. Overall, though, he should be weighted towards sets and two pairs. He could either check range, or bet really small, I guess. I'm gonna go with check because I see this guy probably not being able to continue otherwise, and there should be more 10x in the caller's range, especially given the fact that there were two people behind, and collectively they often have a 10x. So that's probably the way to assess this. I think this is the way to assess this rather than saying, okay, it's just this one dude. No, no, no. It's both, and they both had to fade this board. So there's really high chances dude has 10x. You can have like 8x of clubs too. We don't shut down bluffs like that. That's a really ugly river for our boy that just bet anyway. And left join should be jamming here sometimes, except like some king queen. That being said, if he jams all king queens, he will be bluffing too much, I'm sure. But it should jam with like king queen with the queen of clubs, like things like that. And he does. All right, there we go. That was the move. Let's see it. Okay, well, too bad. I don't like this bet with ace queen. I think it blows on the turn. Uh, I think it's a mistake on the turn. I think he value cuts himself a lot as he did. He got very lucky to save a lot of money and or win him a lot of money. Unfortunately for the other guy. So yeah, the other guy played his hand fine. I approve. All looks good. And, yeah, ace queen, two pairs not a great hand in the spot. The other guy can have a 10. That's definitely thick. Okay, so let's move on. I don't know if I have to be give a bit less if I'm giving the value for all this. I want you guys to be happy with my analysis. Okay, so we got some limps. It's the structure with some blinds, and limping is like a little bit acceptable on the acceptable side, actually. All right, we got an ISO, or we got a raise on the splines. Yeah, it's not really a great board for the original raiser that much. It should be quite a bit checking. Got a lead. I would interpret this to be in practice weak. It's not GTO. GTO will pick a smaller size. He can have pocket pairs. That's a thing. He can have 6x. That's a thing. He can have something with a club as a blocker. That's a thing. He can have a 10, but I suspect probably not. Looks like definitely not. He could have 9/8 suited. That's also a thing. So if I was this guy in a repair, I would do something like jam or whatever. That also is a thing. You could overbet jam here. Um, Practically speaking, it seems good. Although this guy says he has it. Yeah, okay, well, now you get into this spots. Um, okay, well, this guy did not slow play. He bet quite big with his two fours. That's a common thing that people do in these spots is they want to lead to protect their hands. It's you need to pick a smaller size on the flop. That's very important because that will fade out a lot of the hands you want to fade out and not push up lots of equity against things that you don't want to like put too much action. As I was alluding to or implied, you are in a really screwed up position if someone does check call you and they do decide to put pressure on your ranges like this. This dude with the tens could have totally just overbet jammed and it had like ace queen or whatever, or like king queen, and you would have been really in a difficult situation with the fours, and that's important to recognize. That being said, a lot of people not do that, so you're lucky that in practice people do not pile on these exploitatively weak ranges with the fours. But these are foods for thought. I personally put a lot of pressure on these situations. You should totally check lots of overpairs in the guy with tens spot. His play is fine. There's not too many ways to play the nuts badly when you're shallow. When you're shallow, you have a lot of possibilities. And as played, I really like his bet. I really think that's good because I think he can bet bigger. Just because I think a six and a nine is going to have a hard time folding, and I think that's like overwhelmingly what the other guy will have, especially six or sevens or whatever pocket fours that you see, which is actually really a large number of combos, especially the pocket pairs that check the turn, like pocket eights or whatever. Pocket eights, pocket sevens, pocket fives, pocket threes, pocket twos look all in the range, and that's like five times six combos, like 30 combos alone. And yeah, let's go to the next hand. You want to get value from those. All right, we got all the limps. All right, that's correct. Good job, guys. That's what should happen, actually, a lot of the time in the structure. This lead, though, however, I do not agree with. It's too big. And yeah, maybe sometimes you can do it, but probably it's a bit of a similar situation where you don't want to do this too much. So you want to lead something real small in these polar boards, especially. Can be a queen, can be a flush draw, can be some spicy bluff sometimes, I guess. Could be a seven. That's also a thing. It's looking like no one else is a seven. So actually in this spot, if you were bluffing, you like should like bazillion percent blast it on the river. Like really blast it. That would be like your improvised game plan that now since you took a weird line, you should put a lot of pressure. I think that if you do in practice, when most people when they do, they usually have it though. After all, it's not that easy to have a bluff. And I think these guys probably have queens or flush draws or some kind of like pocket pair or whatever it is. Maybe the first guy especially. The second guy does not have a pocket pair. The second guy has a queen really likely or a flush draw, whatever it is. Just doesn't want to put any pressure. So let's see what happens. Okay, so this is looking like okay, so maybe this guy did have it. Okay, this just got really weird. Okay, this is really weird. The first guy could have sixes. But he's much more likely to have a seven that just happened to check the turn. He could have a full house, is my guess. But that's rare, so I still stand by what I said earlier. It's much more likely he has Queen X, given the action. And this last guy probably has some board cripple. Yeah, he probably has a total board cripple, such as Queen 7, precisely, or a set of queens, I guess. And yeah, I'd get the fuck out of there now with almost everything. So it's gonna be interesting to see. I think these guys have some very big hands, basically. Okay. I don't know what he has. All right, so I was right about the Queen 7 guy. Yeah, I nailed their hands actually. Um, yeah, I feel pretty special. Okay, so the 7-10 guy did lead a 7. All right, why not? It just needs to pick a smaller size. Otherwise, the hand was kind of played okay. I would fold the sixes probably. I don't think that you can against a smaller size. It would have played out basically the same way. And yeah, look at the happy to have totally soul read these guys. All right. So I one thing is I don't know what the size for bluffing would be had this been gone differently, but I would have probably picked a full pot or overbet size, a slight overbet size, had I like decided to bluff the flop and check the turn. And you can totally trap the turn. That's the thing. Trap the turn as the original razor. Okay, we have a bit of a normal structure this time. Limping is justified. That's a thing. It's okay. When I say it's okay, I mean generally in practice. Okay, so we got a raise and a cold call, limper folds. Okay, sure. The cold caller's range is stronger than the OP's raising range. That being said, there's an ISO there, so it's not quite the same thing. Interesting. So the cold caller can have some ace jack of diamonds, ace jack with an ace of diamonds, or with a jack of diamonds. You can also have flushes, of course. You can also have seven. Okay, now it's hard to bluff. Now it's actually really hard to bluff when you're in position. Um, Now I'm gonna like, at least unless someone's a top player, I'm gonna give them not so many bluffs here. They should have like 2-2 or things like that. It means it's like a slam dunk bluff all of a sudden. Or I guess like some 6-5 suited, but he should have bet smaller on the turn. That being said, it would be the slam dunk bluff now, some kind of like small size. This Bill Yusu guy can have a couple things. He can have three kings, actually. He can have three aces. He can also have like Jack Jack with the Jack of Diamonds, but usually people don't play it like that. He can have get a turn to king somehow, or like ace king or something. He could have done that. He could have a flush as well. So actually, his range is kind of strong if you think about it. He's a bit polar. I don't think that's very obvious. He could have had like King Queen of Hearts or King Queen the King Jack of Hearts. Those seem pretty likely, or King Queen with the Queen of Diamonds. If you've balanced, you should have maybe like almost 50-50 huge hands versus whatever. And maybe actually he should. The irony is he should have some weaker hands in there somehow, but most people will not have it. So in practice, people actually show up here really polar in this Belusu's guy situation. This is gonna be the last hand, by the way, guys. And so the imposition guy should actually get really small with most of his value, unless with most of his value, in fact, to three bet or to just get thin value from whatever. And that being said, you should not bet thin at all. Even like 7x might be a check here, or should bet real small, or should not bet too crazy, because actually he should be weighted towards like massive fucking hands a lot, flush plus type things, or in practice is what I believe, because GTO will check all kinds of pairs here, but in practice people don't do that, and that's like the biggest detail. Sure enough, we get a raise, so he probably has king king or ace ace, or 7-7, I guess, as people like to play. I personally like to bet 7-7 more in the spot. All right, see, soul read. And yeah, the guy does have that ugly spot. GTO is not folding that hand. I can tell you that. In practice, I think you do want to fold though, versus most players. But man, what the fuck. In this case, what he should have done was like check raise bluff. Like, I don't know, man. Like Probably an ace X in the spot. That's a tough thing to do. It's not an easy situation. Okay, it looks like we're gonna set up the cash game now. All right. Okay. One thing here is I've got the touchpad going on and touchpad without I think actually you know what? I'm gonna switch to the mouse. I can't take it. I have too many bad experiences with the touchpad and no touchpad for me, man. I can't handle the touchpad. We're not touchpad. I can't risk this. It's just gonna drive me insane, even though we're not playing like a huge game. Okay. I don't know whose brilliant idea was to not include any USB ports. The and on my PC was stupidest fucking idea ever. And yeah, I just didn't do this when I bought this laptop, unfortunately. Okay, I got a small bet here. I am all right, I'm gonna make it. Let's see. If you have the nuts, I can tell you that. Right. Well, I see. Thank you. As tilting to not see the hand. Uh, okay. I did actually. I like my play, at least in VO land, except for the fact that I'm playing too aggressive, apparently. And there's a good chance that I am. All right, now, hope God this mouse works. I don't know if this. Yeah, so, is my mouse working? Okay, that's weird. What's going on here? Not the finest result in the first place. Okay, I smell a high, decent chance of bluff. Okay, I was wrong. Maybe I just never believe people. What's going on, man? Okay, that's what's going on. Okay. I see. You call. Okay, now. Okay, I got my mouse working. Thank Christ. Well, he exploitively crushed me. We have to admit that I am owned. That that's facts. While I dissed everyone's play on Henry. Oh, um, yeah. Like, you need to check up the size of GTO because it should be totally fine. All right, all right, we're getting in the streets for sure. It's gonna be a street match. It's gonna be a street match. We shouldn't have talked about bluffing in these bizarre situations. I mean, we have about bluffing, right? We're talking about playing poker well. We can't just have the nuts in these weird spots all the time, or people should just always fold. So we discuss, okay, what did that bluffs actually look like when someone like, picks the flop and like check raises turn? That bats and gets called on the river. Okay, so a little bit big of a three bet. I'm not folding. So I don't know if I should explain my logic or not. Situations. My hope is that I don't dust off enough in these WPT stream things. Everyone's just coming to get all my money in these things. Man, everyone just not folding in these spots, man. Where they do have the bluff catcher. Just let it go, bros. Like, we win. So it's not the best turn for our boy, in theory. I need a 1.5, but a raise. What? All right, whatever, bro. Can I see the hands? Oh, look. See, he's got. Okay, that's weird. I don't know why I did that. Of course, I was this fucking genius that had a bluff. I had a reasonable bluff, actually. I stand by my bluff in that spot, matter of fact. All right, it is going to be a street match. Street match confirmed. I didn't know. I didn't know it was going to be a street match. All right, one third pot. So the Northern check raises. I mean, that could be a thing. That could be a thing. Why not? Why not? Sides doing probably two thirds. All right. If you guys think you can get a read off of my talk, I think mostly no. Uh, oh, cool. My hair's just like, fuck's going on with my hair? It's an interesting river. That is an interesting river. Hmm. Gus always talks a lot of the spots. Yeah, I'm using the touchpad. Ah, I actually meant to bet 2.5. Whatever. Or not 2.5x, 1.5. That's what I thought. Oh well, whatever. Okay, yeah. You could call it that hand. I did have it though. If you had yeah, if it's a little bit too big of a bet. Should pay a little bit more attention in these spots. God, check raise. Interesting. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna bet. Okay, this is definitely on the interesting side. I'm gonna bet half pot. Okay. All right, why not? Everyone's got the moves today. I draw all the hood players. Wasn't expecting that. That's a rare situation. Hopefully this game's at least fun to watch. Everyone's playing so street so far. Double check raise and a limp call pot on a6-2. I don't know if I've seen that one in a while. I'm not saying it's a bad play. I'm just saying it's street play. There's China Haas. That could be an online gang name. Yes, I actually can. It's such a funny idea. Be able to bet the ace, bid dicey, but you lose to some jacks too. Actually, you know what? It's too much for me, man. I'm not making the play. I'm not street enough to make a play with my 9-7 offsuit. Straight enough to call though, pre-flop. Where are all you hood players at? Come out. It's a hood fight. Online hood fight. Whoever wins this gets what are these called? Like a do-rab. You get to win a do-rab. Um, that has a title of Internet Serious Business. That's what you get if you win. End of this. I think I got that right. I'm gonna look it up. Do-rabs. I wear some costumes sometimes. It's a little bit hard to prepare in advance for the costumes on top of the like 10 other jobs I have, unfortunately. Do-rab. Spell it. Okay, it looks like I did not spell this right. Hood hat. All right, let's try this. Hood hats. Fuck! It's not showing me what a hood hat looks like. I'm thinking hood. I'm thinking like literally like hoodies. What hats do gangsters wear? Let's try that. You could just get a hoodie, you know? A hoodie that's got like some internet meme on it. All right. Let's see. What should I do here? Soul read me. What hats do gangsters wear? You spelled do. It's not a great sign. Um, here. Oh, I gotta get action. They wear fedoras? What the fuck? Gangsters wear fedoras, apparently. I did not know that. That was not my first or my 10th choice for what gangsters wear. That's not. I was thinking of a different kind of gangster. Thinking like Italian gangsters or Irish gangsters. I guess I'd more like an Irish gangster or Italian. So that, to be fair, a fedora might make sense. I should come in here with like a suit and a gun or fake gun or something. Where's everyone at? All right, the hood people are coming out, and the gamblers. I do think actually the Chinese players tend to be more balls than the American players for sure. No, it's a million percent true. I don't know if it's because like a lot of the guys in America just lost. I don't know if it's a cultural thing. I don't know really what it is, but that's what I've noticed. The culture of America actually is learning a bit about it, but it's actually a bit more po or at least according at least in the a lot of the entrepreneurs are a little bit more leeway. So they tend to be more positive minded, but they're a bit also like from the baby boomer generation, a fair amount are from people who like around the baby boomers, which was such an optimistic period. It's really easy to be optimistic during the baby booming period because everything just went great. It's really easy to be optimistic when everything's going great. Things are not going great. It's not easy to be. That's the real challenge. It's like everything's failing, and you still have your hope and your confidence. That's like really something. And also, if you're really pessimistic when everything's going badly, that's or going good, it's not good too. I should have bluffed. Not only luck in this game, guys. There's some skill too. Just letting you guys know. That's why I'm losing. When people say something about like if there wasn't skill, I would be had millions of dollars. It's like saying if there wasn't so much luck involved, you'd be super rich or whatever, or way more successful. It's similar to saying hmm, it's similar to saying, oh, if I was born in a rich family, I would have more money. It's like something like that. It's not really different. Oh, if I was just luckier, I'd be better. Oh my God. Fuck's sake. Jesus. It's a street battle. It's a street battle. Confirmed street fight. Confirmed street fight. Should have known. Get in there. Real spicy. I street it up. Yeah, I knew I had the best hand. I knew I had the best hand. I had the twos. Yep. You folded the nines? Dude. You folded the nines in this spot. All right. That's revenge for calling me before with your ace 10. You call the ace 10 and fold nines in that spot. The one guy can have so many things. Maybe I'm the fish. This looks real suspect. All right, bro. What element will let you win? I'm really curious though. If that was the King Jack, it would have got me if I had something. I'll say that. At least for a bit. I wouldn't have gone broke, but hmm, like the buttons. I bet Jungleman has it. Tell the world. Tell the world, everybody. Jungleman has the nuts. Is my stream live? Does everyone hear what I say live? I wonder if they can get rid of them. I might get one off every once in a while. Oh, it's Meteor. Oh shit. Oh, man, I never fought a Meteor before in a poker game. Swinging. waiting for the right time to strike like a real meteor. The problem with meteors is that if they strike and they don't do anything, they're kind of done. But they could do a lot of damage. See if the online meteor is the same as the real life meteors. Meteors can just show. Nope. What is this person? Let's see. I can do gifts. I like that looking at the cards is more expensive than it's cheaper than like having giving someone like a plane. I guess I'll try that. Um yeah, I'm gonna call. Let me see. How do I do this? That's a dicey card. It's a dicey jam. 2x pot jam. I guess I fold. Pot. I'll gamble for the stream. I don't know if this is the right play. Apparently it's pretty bad. Well, they hit the seven of diamonds. They hit the seven of diamonds. It's a seven of diamonds play. Had to be the seven of diamonds. Jungleman just got a little too curious. A little bit too curious. That's what happens when you play on the stream with the jungle. He calls with his parent flush draw on that spot. One third bet on the turn. All right. One for the jungle. Okay, get a game, guys. Wonder how much of you guys were watching the hand review earlier. Get into the mind of the jungle a little bit. Jack 2-3 Jack. Classic Jack 2-3 Jack. Bet some 1/3 pot. I'll be learning Chinese, so hopefully in the future I can speak Chinese and also give some strategy. Apparently it's very damn difficult though, unfortunately. It's one problem. Get jungle in the small blind. And fold. Hmm. Guess I can actually win that side table. Matter of fact, potentially. We'll try this. Try it. Try some multi-tabling. Unless it does hurt the stream too much. See if it works. It's funny. There's actually interesting. Let's see. It's fine. I'm not too small. Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna play that. Could play. I don't think I have GG installed on this computer. It's a mistake. It's a mistake. I don't know. Check something. Oh shit. I can't check it. No, I can't. It's a mistake. Oh no, maybe. Ooh. Okay. Cold call action. Classic cold call. Cold calling Dan blind. Nope. No, thank you. All right, Meteor. Damn it. All right. I try to go for it. I try to blast the Meteor. Try to use the Meteor's energy against him. Okay, interesting. I'm not going to fold. I am actually a little worried you have a three. Ow. Okay. I had an ace, so I was not folding. It was a brave attempt, though. Points for bravery. You now have the bravery hat. You're the bravest player at the table, as far as I can tell. It's worth something. Really should get like souvenirs for. They should be handing out souvenirs in poker for bravest bluff, things like that. Should get like a warrior helmet or something. Get like a helmet like they give out, like they used to wear in the Middle Ages. You had to be really crazy, and well, you're kind of forced to fight in the Middle Ages. It's kind of tough. If you read about these in history, are really fucked up. Taking something, guys, but I'm still here. Check it. Check. Does have the ace five. It's time to bet. Third pot, guys. Third pot. Now full pot. Full pot. I did not expect that. Guess you win. Let's see what you got. Okay. Oh. All right. Let's try again. Okay. I check. I check. See, that's something pretty good. I'm out. Let's see. I'm gonna do this. I fold. I'm a bit curious though. Let's see what you have. Okay, I had 10-8 suited. It's like I was wrong before actually with this hand. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. I missed value. I got real cute and sneaky. I'm gonna go to the toilet, guys. I'll be right back. Tempted to try the touchpad. There was nothing more tilting in the planet than misclicking with the touchpad. Let's see what's going on. All right, it's good news for me. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I could have raised you. Just get there. It's even better. All right, it's time to play. Interesting. Interesting. I want to see this one. This one the same. I don't know about this. Oh, okay. Bluff. That's spicy. I know it's not in the believing camp. I'll tell you that. But I just had too much piece of shit. Weird how often people fold these flops. Multi-tabling. Try some multi-tabling stuff. Thanks for playing on a game on an app. It's time for a check raise. I might have made it too big. Looks like I did not make it too big. Check. I check. Wow, you guys really didn't believe me, huh? You guys just really didn't believe. You didn't even believe each other. Jesus. Fuck. That. I did not make it too big. Fucking hell. Excuse me. Well, I'm allowed to have it, and I can have a lot of flushes, right? I can't play. Play some pokers. Time to play poker. Stem check raise. Some check raise action. I'm all only 75%. It's kind of sick. Yeah, that's kind of cooler. Some dicey shit. Very dicey. Oh, I should raise, actually, excuse me. No, I shouldn't raise. I shouldn't raise. I'm glad I didn't raise. All right. I got the straight. You got the straight? You do have the straight. Let's see here. I think GTO raises sometimes. Didn't look very great. I did have it actually. Wow, folded King 10. Hmm. I still like my raise. Well, apparently I don't like my raise. Fold King 10, jeez. So you got lots of Chinese players. You learn some Chinese. I can't read this for shit. Smooth call. Smooth call in position. Smooth bet. All right. Okay. Classic Ted on the turn. It's getting interesting. Well, I had it, of course. Tell the world. Jungleman has it sometimes. Tell the world, guys. So quiet. You guys are so quiet. So weird. All right. I'm going to pick a mathematically perfectly calculated size. Some three betting going on. So much three betting. So why not? Why not the calling too? Okay. Check. That could be behind. How can you not have a set? Must be a set in this spot. 100% sets. Ooh, it looked like an ace. It looked like I got there at least. That's worth something, I suppose. This big blind chance is so small. The stakes too small. I mean, I'm open to playing bigger. Hmm. MVP. Yeah, I guess the MVP is the MVP. It's been showing some bluffs and some moves, stacked me and all that kind of stuff. Oh. Mm. It's definitely an interesting run out. God, I actually believe you. Not loving it. Not. I'm not loving it. Oh man, it's Christ. It's like not a great situation. It's not a great situation, ladies and gentlemen. I think I'm gonna let this one go. Possible I'm wrong. All right. Well, you're not gonna like what I had. Sorry to say. I'm gonna try multi-tabling. If it doesn't go so well, I'm gonna focus on this. I shouldn't have. Oops. Oops. Got ISO'd. Up, maybe not. Someone's defending me. So I had to bust that. That was blocked. I had the 6-5, guys. In case you all care. Really good hand. Sneakiest hand. This is like eerily silent. I wonder if everyone's so quiet when they play. course, I got the perfect card. Fuck. Oops. Oops. I believed you. I'm a believer mostly. This looks like, yep. Okay. All right. You gave me the like. I give out likes. Give out likes. I'm not liking everyone. I can't like everyone. Sorry. I give the MPP a like too. So far, this multi-tabling thing is going okay. Quiet for you guys. Uh, 我会还很多个 I think that's right. Weird as shit though. Let's see. We get defender. Got not a very nice word. Not the driest. The MVP. Got the jungle. Pretty good combo. Jungle and the MVP. Check. Touching this one. See, bluff me, man. Ooh. See, bluff me. The MVP is now taking the lead. Queen 2. Classic Queen 2. Yeah. Yep. That's getting real tricky. That's getting very tricky. Very tricky. I really owned me with the ace 2. He really owned me. I looked like a guy with 8-2. Put me on that 8-2. So you get me. Sometimes I just got that 8-2 for you. Got the 8-5, buddy. Got the 8-5. This looks like fucking nonsense. I'm gonna fold. Could not be. Yep. Yep. You got me. Got me. Re-got me, I guess you could say. Time to raise the Jungleman like trap. This is the retrap. Oh shit. Fuck, I don't know. Actually, I actually have a really good hand. I'm not gonna fold. It might have me beat. Send his finest after me. I feel like getting dirty. I can't dodge any bullets, guys. I don't know about the rest of you. I can't dodge any bullets. If you guys have bullets, you're gonna get me. Okay, I didn't know that. Yeah, I recommend having sets in this game. I really recommend that. Do recommend that. Yeah, he knew. I don't know how he knew that I got there. He did. Queen on the river. Classic Queen on the river situation. Right. I'm in a generous mood. Normally I wouldn't do this, but I'm gonna give you a like back. Maybe because you have the girl avatar. It's a classic sales move to have the girl avatar. Someone bluffing. Guys are quiet. Chinese players are not that way. You play with E. I don't know what a E is. I don't know what a E is. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I want to get E or not. I might want to get E. Like E. A real pro. Thanks. Some say I'm a pro. I'm super pro. Some say I'm a super pro. Some say I'm not a super pro. Some say I'm a super no. Block roll are actually sometimes good plays. Well, well, well. Did to myself. What I did to myself. Oops. Look what I did to myself. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yep. 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 He was not doing the block roll and I was doing the block roll and I was doing the block roll in. Should have done the blocker fold. Yeah, fold probably was the play, actually. Going to the toilet, guys. I have to wipe my go cry in the bathroom. Whoa, that's crazy. Okay. Uh, which table is that? Guess it was that. Is this WT or what? Yeah. See, just the sixes. This has the nuts. What the fuck? The new MVP, ladies and gentlemen. Very, very surprising to show an ace there. Maybe aces. The ace jack, I guess. These five suits seem tricky trappy. The MVP is See where you guys are at. I don't know that spot. Outed myself on an app. I decided I'm gonna give people a song if I want money from them. I don't know how much money that is.
Honestly, Piano Man seems like a little bitch. He's just a little bit. I mean, that's the reality of it. I don't know who the fuck it is.
Fuck. Sailing's not that easy.
I'm just kidding, Piano. You're okay in my book. You just gotta show a couple. Show some action, man.
Okay, fine. It helps to know who I'm playing against also. I don't know who the fuck any of you are. Okay, fine. It helps to know who I'm playing against also. I don't know who the fuck any of you are.
Sticky pump. It really is you, you little fucking day. You're not that tight, Jungle. Fucking plum over here, buddy. Oh,
I must be playing like 40% of something. No joke. Whatever. I can give a bit more action, sure. I must be playing like 40% of my hands or something. No joke. Whatever. I can give a bit more action.
look, time to wrap this thing up a little bit, Jungle. Okay? I got position and I'm looking to get you. I got my sights.
All right, cool. I was getting a little bored of all these nits just waiting around. I wanted someone to target me, try to fuck me up. Well, I was getting a little bored of all these nits just waiting around. I wanted someone to target me, try to fuck me up.
That's my baby. Finally get to speak with you all these times, man.
I, I tried to hear my daddy's baby's voice. I don't know which one's which, to be honest. I finally get to hear my daddy's voice. I don't know which one's which, to be honest. If you show bluffs, you get to call me your daddy. If you bluff me in big pots. If you show some bluffs, you get to call me daddy. If you bluff me in big pots.
Yes, you do get to hear your daddy's voice. I'm gonna show you who your daddy is, right?
All right, good luck with that. I already know what the song is going to be based off of. All right, good luck with that. I already know what the song is based off of. Hopefully, you guys find my chat game entertaining. The chat game is underrated. You guys just don't understand. You do get some street cred in my book for three betting the ace 5 2 3. I think it was but that's a power play. Some street cred in my book for creeping into Ace 5 too. I think it was double suited, but it's a power play. Interesting card. Interesting card.
Yeah, I like to be street heavy at times, and then there's other times I have to just try to survive. I mean,
You can't always keep it real in the streets. Or shot. You can't always keep it real in the streets, or you'll get shot.
I feel warm with my baby, all right? And I plan on teaching you a valuable lesson.
What's the lesson? What's the lesson? I actually do like that's one of my favorite pastimes. You're working towards that. If you teach me lessons in the money bits, my favorite pastimes. Working towards.
Listen, pit boss, you guys got to have a seat right now because we have some history, and I need to.
By the way, Sticky, if you make me a bunch of money, you can also call me your daddy somehow. I will accept that. Uh, by the way, Sticky, if you make me a bunch of money, you can also call me somehow. I will accept that. You guys get the chat game lessons from me. I don't know if this is optimal chat game, but it's at least yeah, it's up there. It's up there. It's pretty good.
The role.
You could say we've had daddy issues.
Fucking bump this motherfucker out. Let's go to one. Let's go, man. And pit boss, jack it up, dog.
Say we've had daddy issues. Yep.
I try to message you on Instagram. It's just too big time for me, man. Can't even respond to a call.
What's your Instagram then? I don't know who you are on Instagram, and I'm kind of a little bit aloof on that anyways. What's your Instagram then? Instagram. I'm kind of a little bit aloof on that anyway.
Sticky. All of our daddy issues. I mean, god damn.
I mean, if I'd know you in real life, but the whole name, it's possible I don't. I make that mistake sometimes. I know you, but real life, but the actual name, it's possible I don't. I make that mistake sometimes. Cheap to expose cards on this. I actually didn't see the hand though. I believed you. Also, I had a GTO full, so there's that. Yeah. So now that I'm outed, is there any way I can know who everyone else is, or is it just like a thing that I've got to say my name to everyone? So now that I'm outed, is there any way I can know who everyone else is, or is it just like a thing that I've got to say my name on? They got they got sticky too. That's an interesting combination. Why got they got sticky too. Uh, Interesting combination. Why not?
You're not out in. You're sleeping over here. You're gonna be a little bit tight. I can't.
No, I meant my name. I didn't mean like outed of the game. What outed means is like your name's outed. Playing as many hands as I possibly play. No, I meant my name. Like outed of the game. That's what outed means. It's like your name's outed. And I'm playing against like possibly play.
We need to see the whole jungle come out. Come on. I know you got fucking. You got the legs. I know you.
Doesn't the saying go, "Don't tempt the beast"? Isn't that a saying? It certainly applies here. I'm art beast as like the Beauty and the Beast. Doesn't the saying go, "Don't tempt the beast"? Isn't that a saying? It certainly applies here. I'm art beast.
Perfect there. Now that he's sleeping. But I think it should be an open book. Everybody, tell us everybody who's in here, please.
Future of poker is full disclosure. The future of poker is full disclosure.
Saying that not for me. I mean, I'm going up against because I'm getting hunted and I want to lash out.
It's like you guys got me today. It's gonna be tough for me to win. It's one of those days I'm running golden versus you. Yeah, it's one of those days I'm running golden versus you. I can win.
Yeah, but you know, those run good. Oh, fast.
What the fuck? Well, okay. Apparently, that's a call. Christ. Fuck shit.
twisted is when you're daddy and sell. When you're not daddy, that's when you sell.
Not even that spot. Come on. Oh no. I don't know. This is not ideal. It's not ideal. There's a lot of bluff possibilities, but I don't know. I have a pretty good bluff catcher is the thing. Well, it was a very brave play. That gets the points for the best play of the day. I will say that. It almost worked too, but I had a very good hand to call with. So you had that working against you. All right, guys, I'm gonna wrap this fairly soon. Let's do this. It's a bit confusing. Now I'm playing on three different things. I believe I am your daddy today.
Kind of beastly costume.
I believe I am your daddy today. If you do that, I'll give you some kind of like tiny free roll. Something that won't totally. If you do that, I'll give you some tiny free roll, something that fucked me totally.
Let's go. Let's put up a bet. You make the costume. If I show up in that costume, there's a price to pay.
I actually am game for this kind of stuff, so there's this to be had of sorts. I actually am game for this kind of stuff, so there's a business to be had of sorts.
We actually enjoy that. I mean, I'm wondering what kind of costume they pick for me, and if I'm willing to stomach it through the name with all the.
I'm not going to pick something that'll embarrass you. I'll pick something that's fun. Much, not much. Try prefer to make something like make a positive impact. I won't like tell you hard. I'm not going to pick something that'll embarrass you. It's fun. It's not much. I prefer something that will like make a positive. I think you'd make a good one, actually. That'd be really funny if you went deep in your villain costume. I think you'd make a good villain, actually. That'd be really funny if you went deep in your villain costume.
We can go outrageous. I mean, I'm willing to see what your proposal is.
Okay, I'll think of loads of time. Okay, I'll think about it loads of time. Play a little longer. I got about 10 or 15 minutes.
I see that chance to be daddy again. This is that opportunity that came up. Time and not to any proposal right now. I want you to really think about it. It's interesting. It'll be fun. Take your time. Because this could be one of your products. You know,
If you put it that way, I'll definitely have to take some serious consideration into it. Put it that way, I'll definitely have to take some serious consideration into it.